Here, take a seat. All right, it is 6:03, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Rockingham Select Board. We are located in the town lower theater in the town hall. There is a Zoom link available and a phone link also. So that being said, I call this meeting to order, and the first item to take care of is to approve the minutes of October 4th, which are in your packet. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of October 4th.
Do you hear a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made in second. Any additions, corrections, omissions, deletions, etc.? They have one. First page, discussion for recycling center. Said Hovis had 409 signatures from Rockingham. Well, only half of them were from Rockingham, if everybody remembers correctly. There were 200 from Westminster.
Oh, really? You went through that?
Yes,
Really?
yes.
Because he said, I don't think there were any.
No, he had two separate packages.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So anyway, just a matter of wording.
Well, yeah, that needs to be fixed.
Other than that, that's why I said that the Westminster signatures don't carry much weight because they don't,
Right.
you know, they don't pay anything for the.
So how many signatures were from Rockingham?
209.
209.
Yeah, there were a total of 409.
But don't Westminster residents pay a fee to use their recycling center?
Pay a fee?
Yeah.
They have to pay an access fee, yeah.
Okay, so they've got some skin in the game.
Well, the access fee, you got to understand, it just allows people to come in and use the facility. They have roadside pickup,
I know.
so they get rid of their trash on roadside pickup, the recyclables also, if they so desire. If they want to come in here, then they have to pay their, you know, the access fee to come in. They have to pay for the rubbish. And the only thing that the pickup won't take is couches, refrigerators, stoves, all the heavy good stuff.
That comes to us.
So that has to come to us.
Alright.
So, and we have to pay for getting rid of it. Number one, we get a little bit back on some of the metal that we recycle. We have to pay for, and the refrigerators and the air conditioners, we have to take all the freon and stuff out of it. So that, they can't go until that's done. You have to have 36 refrigerators or items to go back before they're coming to empty it. So that's why you see a pile of stuff sitting there.
Right.
So, but yeah, but all other people that come in that are not residents of the town have to pay that same access fee. Athens, Grafton, and one interesting on Saturday, people who are they pick up trash on foreclosing houses, they clean them out. These guys were from Rutland. They bought a trailer load of trash from Rutland, so I asked them, oh, why are you bringing it here? And they said, well, you're only one open. Well, Rutland's open Saturday, Springfield's open Saturday. All these other outfits are open. I think some suspicions they refuse to take the materials and they end up coming here. And they're actually out of Claremont, believe it or not.
Or we're cheaper.
Make a difference, but
Yeah.
this is what goes on down there that, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're getting off the subject, so we can go on and on. But anyway, motion was made and seconded to approve the minutes of October 4th. All those in favor would say aye.
Hi.
All those opposed, nay. Motion minutes are accepted.
I have an eye, Peter.
Oh, so there you go, sorry. I thought you weren't gonna be on there, but it's okay.
I'm here. I mean, I may drop off. The connection's not the greatest.
Sleep over there, we know it's probably early. Additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification in a future meeting. We have one, we will have a short item under executive session for a legal matter that came up today. There will be no announcements after we get done, just a discussion for the board. Scott has requested that. Anyone else have anything? Hearing seen none. Public comment on items not on the agenda, 3 minutes a person.
I just have one thing. We have a little bit of an issue on Canal Street with the closure of the street for the construction of the Windsor garage project. People come down the street and it's a one-way street, of course, so they get to the bottom, they get to the Waypoint Center trade station. They can't figure out how to get back out. because there's only signs that say road closed, there's no signs to say where to go. So residents have been complaining about a lot of people just getting confused and thinking the only way to get back out is to go wrong way up the one-way street.
Back up.
Yeah.
Back up in this area, really?
So, yeah, we have, I actually watched down there one afternoon and we had a lot of cars doing that.
Yeah, I can see how you would get very
Yeah.
confused, because you wouldn't realize that you could go past the train station and go around unless you knew.
Well, don't they have a closed sign right there at the?
They have a closed sign, but they don't direct anybody where else to go. So
You need some detour
they
stuff.
need some detour signs. I did send a letter to the director of the housing trust, and they're gonna pass it along to their site manager. So that was about
Good.
10 days ago.
Yeah, we don't need anybody trying to come up that way. That's too narrow anyway,
Yeah.
going down. We're gonna be somebody trying to back up the other way.
I'm backing up, oh my God.
Okay, seeing others, we'll go to the manager's report.
Thanks, so I'm gonna hand out, you guys can all grab one and pass this along, so you can believe it, we have to start talking about budgets. This is just for the board's information, a schedule of topics and dates so that we can start to calendar for different presentations, as well as just the process of going through the various expenditures and revenues and major program areas and adopting a budget and hopefully any articles that you might want to accompany that in early January so that you're well in advance for all the notification requirements for town meeting. Probably the things to take a look at are, we are going to have an audit report on the 15th of November, so we should have a fully complete audit available for the town report. I know that's been a complaint over the last few years with some of the timeliness of that. So once that presentation is done, we should be able to have it completed and then have it available for reproduction and inclusion in the town report. And then you can also see the various large funds as well as just some of the other more pressing areas of review. And if we need to add times or add additional presentations, we will, but this just gives you an idea of the schedule so far.
The fire department, there's a fire department committee that's working?
Fire committee.
Yes.
Will you be making a recommendation to the board?
They are, yeah. We talked about that. We're gonna have a meeting on the 14th of November.
Right.
That everybody's got their homework to do, so hopefully they'll complete it and we'll be able to go along from there
All right,
with
thanks.
the recommendation coming along.
And there'll probably be some sort of discussion of some of that at the joint board or tri-board meeting at the end of November, with the idea that if there was going to be some budgetary impacts, it would then come to this board in December for discussion. So that's sort of the process.
Thanks.
And Sue, I'll send you a electronic copy. I know you can't grab anything. So I'll get that out to you as well.
All right, thanks.
That's it.
All right, let's move on to the agenda. And first item is Mr. Grinold from the BDCC for a presentation. There is a letter of information in your packet. So, you got the floor.
Up here.
Yeah, if you just read that, Jared, so I will say. Voice up.
And I have my colleague Laura Sibilia, who's on Zoom as well with us tonight. She'll be speaking a bit about the EDD process. So before we get into the details, Laura, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. It's great to be here in person. It's been a while since we've been able to do this here. These updates are important for us as we go around and meet with select boards, just communicating the work that we've been doing around the region over the course of the year. It's a real pleasure to be here working with a community that really gets the economic development needs of the town and the region. Rockingham has been a longtime supporter of Sevens and the work that we do. And then most recently, really seeing the great work that you folks are leading along with Scott and Gary. It's a leveraging of the resources so that it's really bringing a lot more impact than if it's just us trying to do work in some communities. Some of the USDA funded programming through the Southern Vermont Economy Project is bringing a lot of awareness and training to communities. But you folks are taking that up with action that really is unparalleled. So kudos to everyone. I'm going to keep my comments brief. You I think as a body and a municipality, us, our work. I want to make sure I reserve any time for questions. You have received a letter requesting funding again for the coming year. It's hard to believe it is that budget time already. Not really here to speak at length to that request, but happy to do so. But instead, just talk a bit about the work that we do. The SEDS document you have, I just handed out. A reminder of the SEDS, that's a comprehensive economic development strategy. That's a federal process that the region has implemented to set these strategies that everyone is now across the region going out and implementing. So that's the work that SEVEDS leads, is that strategic planning. And then BDCC, and SEVEDS has no employees. Instead, it contracts with BDCC to go out and implement its strategic priorities. So that's that relationship that we have with SEVEDS. So we're here tonight to give you an update and be able to answer any questions. And then my colleague Laura Sibilia, who's on Zoom, is going to speak a bit more in depth on the SEDS and EDD. I don't know if you want to open his questions or have Laura go first.
Why don't we have Laura give her spiel, and then we'll beat on to both of you after that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Adam, you passed out the SEDS. So in addition, this year to updates about our programs and what the investment that you have been making regionally is providing, we are coming out to talk about the next evolution of the SEDS. And that is the formation of an economic development district. It's actually a designation that the federal government bestows upon a region. A really brief, hopefully brief overcap, certainly give me the hook if I go on too long. But in 2015, the legislature designated Windham and Bennington counties as the Southern Vermont Economic Development Zone. That is a region that had special economic development needs, in particular looking at significant population loss and a long-term economic slide. With that designation, the federal government invited us to create a SEDS for the zone. So for Windham and Bennington County, you'll recall the first SEDS was for Windham County. And those are 5-year planning documents. The second, which was completed in 2019, that's the document you have in front of you, was for the whole zone. Subsequently, the Economic Development Administration, which is an entity within the U.S. Department of Commerce, has invited us to apply to become an economic development district. Again, that's a designation. And what we are seeking is a letter of support from the town of Rockingham for that designation. And we have sent you a letter about that designation process. I'm also happy to provide you with a draft letter or draft language if necessary. Becoming an economic development district has benefits for the entire zone. There are some minimal funding that comes from the federal government on an annual basis, not really enough even for a single staff person, but some funding that would be used to help further help implement the SEDS. But in addition, we know that the EDA likes to have these areas where they know that there's a publicly created plan that folks have thought about more formally in an economic development district, how they will work together. And that reduces the risk for taxpayers and others about investments. And so when we're looking at projects that are in an economic development district or part of a SEDS, the risk of investment is lower because we know that the development of both that SEDS and economic development district have been part of a public process. So in order to seek that designation, there are a number of different supports that we need, including the majority of the municipalities in the zone. We've received a number of letters so far. I'm going to be going to Dorset virtually just after I leave your meeting, talking with them about this as well. And we also need to seek the support from both our state and our regional partners, our economic partners within the region. So I'll leave it there. I think that's probably enough for questions.
Okay, anyone have any questions for either Adam or Laura?
Well, I'll just give a quick comment to the board. We've been working with Adam on a variety of projects. And I know the board's been supportive of some of our stormwater work, supporting our business and industrial park and some of our larger businesses. And all of these things are really, Adam's been a great partner in all of these. And, you know, I know that I appreciate all the effort and the staff that he provides to Gary and I when we're dealing with some of these really complex and multi-agency kinds of issues. They're a great partner to help us sort of reach the right people, get to the right decision makers, and ultimately they've been tremendously helpful to us in getting some of these larger grants and big projects that we've been talking about at this board level. So, you know, on our personal level, we really appreciate all their efforts, and, you know, they're a huge partner for us to really sort of help us move forward.
If I'm reading this correctly, zoning changes will be a key part of improving our desirability as a place to live and a place to have a business. How do you guys intersect with our zoning change? I mean, you work with Chuck, obviously, but could you describe how that?
Sure, yeah. We don't ever go into a community and say what you should or shouldn't have. What we do is bring awareness to best practices that are happening across the region, across the state, and across the country for you to consider. And if you need some more data, we try to help bring data for you to understand what that might look like in your community. But it's our process is really to bring technical assistance to help you implement the type of zoning you want in the community.
So you can tell us that this zoning change X worked in town Y, and therefore it might work here. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's a good description. And then you know, through some of the Southern Vermont Economy Project program, we've worked with the town, with Betsy and Gary on a lot of educational opportunities for individuals and planning members to participate in.
That kind of goes back to the town plan. In this town plan, if it's ever done, they can make recommendations on how to deal with zoning and stuff like that. And then from that, then they can change the zoning. So you have to have a reason to change the zoning. But if the town plan is updated and is recommending these various changes, there's your way into that.
And then we ultimately vote on zoning changes, right? Select board.
Yeah, also on town plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, you know, an example might be if community required parking for residential units. Yeah, so in some communities, they've said, you know, we want more residential units. We're gonna take away that parking requirement and let the municipal parking provide the parking for that use. Some communities that work, some it's not going to work. So it's not, you can't say, well, you should do away with parking to get more density. In some communities, it just won't work.
Laura, this new economic development district, Is that how's that gonna be funded? You guys come knocking out with a cup in hand, for funding, or is that all part of that SEDS, budget that comes out of that?
I didn't quite get the whole question.
You can take it, Laura. So it was funding for the EDD. So the district exists in the Southern Vermont Economic Development Zone that the Vermont State Legislature created. So that exists, that designation. This is another designation from the federal government recognizing that. And so when you are recognized as a district, funding comes from the federal government to help implement and plan for your SEDS and your strategies. So there are other EDD districts in Vermont. North of us, there's a 3-county district. Further up to the northwest, there's a district, and in the northeast, there's a district. So this is just another way in which to bring more resources to the region, not extract.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, good question.
Does anybody want them to send us a draft, letter to support?
I can just draft one.
I mean, Scott can do one, but I mean, you
Sure,
know.
Scott, you can send it around to us.
Yeah.
All right,
Draft.
take care of it.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give a quick example of how the pieces fit together. So in the zoning and planning example, so Southern Vermont Economy Project run by BDCC brought the Incremental Development Alliance to talk to folks here, talk to you, and funded consultants to spend a year with the community doing some research, training community members. And so there was a planning commission member on it, a village trustee member on it, a select board member participating, and then bringing that education back to the planning commission as they're doing the town plan, as Bonnie was saying. So those principles get into the town plan, and then bringing the education here. So that group of community members is now becoming self-sufficient and brought the VHFA to the select board to provide data and help back up plans that they're making. So, you know, that all starts with that education and support for economic development in our region, and ties into you know, zoning, planning commission, development work, community, rising up the knowledge and skills of all community members. In that.
So Gary, at the joint meeting, we had a report by the VHF about housing.
Yes, that's the one I'm referring to.
Okay, and that involved.
So that was brought by the group that came out of the training, the technical assistance that started with SVEP, the BDCC. So as the year-long program ended, the way the group carried forward, right? So they finished the technical assistance, and then don't say, okay, so now you're done. They say, okay, so what are you going to do from here? So our program is over now. And they came up with an action plan developing the Ridwick group. And that joint board meeting is an example of their work carrying on. And they work with the planning commission as well.
Okay, that's very helpful. I didn't understand those connections. So,
Typical fall day, soup, yeah.
It's an evolution, you know,
yeah.
nothing builds on another.
Okay, is there anything else that anyone with clarification on or questions? Well, you guys go off easy tonight.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
All right, Laura, we'll let you go to Dan Dorset then. How's that?
That's great. And you have a draft letter that will be in your mailbox in about 60 seconds. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you,
All
Laura.
right, thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Anna.
Okay, let's go item 2, resolution in support of 2023 bylaw modernization grant application. There's some information in your packet. It is going to require some signatures and action there too.
Yeah, there's a resolution here, as well as Peter said, they do want us to sign.
Right.
Once if you adopt the resolution and bring this forward. This is again another piece of our ongoing work that comes out of other work, and here the goal is to try to get some technical assistance to help us with some of the challenges that we're running into with creating more market-based housing, looking at other options for home business, childcare, and also then trying to also promote other types of zoning that might be beneficial to the town. So all of these recommendations or all of this work will come back to this board at some point for your consideration, and ultimately, if they look like they are good changes, then ultimately those will come back for your adoption, and then it'll be another tool to help us with redevelopment, supporting our neighborhoods, and looking at other opportunities right now that are a little bit stifled with some of our zoning and the formatting of our current zoning. So it's a pretty comprehensive process. It's going to take a lot of staff time. I know Gary's been heavily involved. Chuck's going to be heavily involved. It'll come back to Planning Commission and ultimately this board as well. So there's work to be done, but I think it's work that's going to be beneficial to the community, and the grant certainly helps us leverage the additional staff time, because if it's just falling on staff shoulders, we just don't have the bandwidth to get this project back to you in a timely manner.
So you're gonna send this out to the regional staff of the regional commission?
I believe the way this is gonna go is ultimately, I believe Gary will have to do RFPs, right, for consultants.
Yes, although I think they do have some accommodation for working with the Regional Planning Commission. I'm not sure if Jeff is managing this one, and yeah, who will be following whatever procurement rules go along with this particular grant.
The immediate impacts, just for the board's consideration, is what, beside the staff time, is there is some town funds in this as a match. It's $2,700 of the roughly $27,000 application.
So what we have to approve tonight is
The resolution.
and the allocation of $2,720, right?
Yeah, well, the resolution includes that. We're just making mention in
Right.
the motion that there is a,
Mhm.
10% match. So someone wants to make a motion to adopt the manual municipal resolution for bylaw modernization.
I
Take a
move
look.
that we adopt the FY 23 municipal resolution for bylaw modernization.
So here, a second.
I second.
All right. Any further discussion, questions? There is a cash match of $2,700, 10% of the total of 27,000. So people know for clarification. With no questions to be asked, I would ask for a vote. All those in favor of the resolution would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Great. So I just need Peter for you to sign on behalf of the.
Hey, what's on?
Peter, one question. With Saxon's River, we, the select board, make the decisions on Saxon River zoning, or is the Saxon River trustees, but where do they fit in the zoning discussion?
So, is it okay if I take that, Peter?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the planning commission has Saxon River residents on that board, and they provide input to the town plan, including details about development in Saxon's River. And then that leads to the input in the zoning bylaws, as well as public meetings that will be held, Saxon's River, Rockingham, Bellows Falls, all residents. So part of the planning grant provides staff to invite, plan, and hold public meetings to make sure there's good engagement and not dependent on how much staff time can be put into getting people and running a public meeting. And also the language. There might be things we want in the town plan, and because we're not attorneys or bylaw attorneys, the language could have unintended consequences. So some of the funds also go to zoning bylaw attorneys that they write the language that gets what we want in there without causing unintended consequences, that sort of thing. But so certainly on a couple of levels, Saxon's River, one is members on the planning commission that are feeding both the town plan that directs the development for the zoning, and then the zoning bylaws themselves to achieve the development in the town plan, and then the public engagement around the zoning rewrites and bylaws. So there's three opportunities where, you know, each area of town, each resident is having their input into. So for Saxon's River, yeah.
So you would be the liaison, for example, between the planning, the 35 and 37 Main Street that we got that grant for. That information we feed to them.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, move on to just voted. Let's move on to item 3, which is the intent to bargain and appointments for bargaining team members. There is a letter in the packet in reference there too. This is for union negotiations. At that time, we have to sit down and fight with the union. So we need to nominate someone from this board.
So if you remember, we had this on for your consideration at the joint board, and then we lost Mr. Masuko, so we had to pull
Right.
that particular item, and now this is the successor to that item. And did speak with Josh Stern, and he is available and interested in participating on the legal end. So now it's a question of the board deciding who they'd like to have on the management team, and then ultimately will contact the union about our intent to bargain.
So somebody from the select board has to be on this team?
And also from the village.
Okay.
Peter, I think your knowledge, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've read about for Peter.
Your knowledge of the employees, the history, your knowledge of the budget, for example, is so I think you'd be the ideal person.
Well, I've done it the last couple of years, so I guess, you know, it's not a surprise that I'm gonna be nominated. Plus I have all the packet along with the attorney, so.
Unless you want to do it, Elijah.
Oh, come on, it's a chance to put your boxing gloves on. It's really not that bad.
All right, then I nominate Peter Golick.
I'll second that nomination.
Any further nominations by chance?
No such luck, Peter.
Sue, you want to do
Uh,
it?
Go for it, Peter.
Oh, come on, Sue. Jeez, you can do it on the,
Rejected from overseas.
It's hard to do from 10,000 miles away.
yeah, but they can't get you from over there. They can't reach you. When you sit at the table, it's a little different. Okay. All right, motion's been made to nominate Peter Golick as the liaison for the union negotiations. So all those in favor of that motion would say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. We'll fill in the
I'll fill in the
blanks.
blanks and.
Yeah,
we'll
all right, and of
notify
course, the
the-
Scott's also in there.
Right.
So we'll see who the village nominates. All right, item 4, so Gary's been waiting all evening with bated breath for, approve the exercise of TLR lease option and presentation along with Mr. Bonto over there.
I
Gary, you guys have the floor.
sent out copies. I know we sent electronic copies. I didn't know if everybody got a chance to print it out. If not, I have an extra copy. So we needed one.
As I've been told, this is an extension of the current agreement we have with them anyway.
Gary can fill in some of the blanks in
Yeah,
terms of.
so they can give us the spiel and we can ask them questions or whatever. No, probably not, but it's either we take it back or we give it to them and let
Yeah,
them continue.
We're at a place we have to do something because we're applying for a grant. And the grant has a timeline, and the timeline says it's close against the end of November. So that means if we're going to take the option, if you're going to give us the option, and there are 30 days that it's required for the transfer of a, property in town for you to warn it. So we're at that place now, but we're sort of forced. It's not almost too late. It's not too late, but it's almost getting late. And so we're here to ask if we can exercise the option. The letter states how we've been complying with the terms. And we've done a pretty good job following up with the things we need to do. And that's it.
So the part that Dave's referring to is the piece that's not in your packet. So, everything else is in your packet that describes, the lease that has the action plan. And you can see, SVG has followed through all the items on the action plan up through the EPA grant. And so, what Dave was referring to is that the EPA grant is due on November 22nd. And in order to exercise the option, and we did speak with Steve Ancuda about this, the property has to be noticed for 30 days and before a closing. And so for the ownership to close on November 22nd, we would want to, if we come out of this meeting with you concurring to move ahead, then we would want to close and like probably November 21st. So we would work on noticing it straight away.
So this is a process started, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So
And
this particular one did, we were doing this lease along with moving the paper machine, because remember we made some adjustments. for
right,
Insurance
I
based
know
on that.
that's one of my follow-ups,
Yeah.
because this one doesn't say that it reverts back to the town, that the whole project goes in the can, so.
Yeah.
So just that, some language might want to be added to that area there on, second page, exhibit A. January, December 21st, 21 and 22.
Let me look at that.
Does SVG move IP paving company paper machine from the Grand gravel pit to DLR ground and backed by Wyman Flint? That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about the ownership of the machine being converted to the town for purposes other than what you may be planning.
Okay, we'll
I
add
remember
that
that,
note.
I remember that's the only thing we added to the last one.
Yeah,
We were trying to, the intent was to have some sort of historical.
yes, yeah, and that was added in what went to Steve
Yeah.
Ancuda, so I might have
Yeah.
sent an older version in the
Yeah.
packet. And so it actually, the process, it started in 2018, and the one 2 years ago was a renewal of a previous agreement with a new action time. So I think the Bellows Falls Historical Society had started it in 2016, maybe. So yeah, it's been an ongoing process. I think the town applied for a community development block grant for to subgrant to SVG to stabilize some of the buildings. That's the part that started 4 years ago. So Historical Society was 6 years ago. And that grant was not awarded from the block grant people. They very rarely award slum and blight grants. They did for Roberts and Paper, but it's a rarity, very little portion of their budget that's allocated to that. This grant, however, is, you can see in the action items where we get to a cleanup grant for the TLR buildings. And so if the assessment shows that there's not too high a level of PCBs and it can be cleaned up, then the buildings will be restored. If they show there's too many PCBs in the building themselves, then the same, so the portion of the building that's in the field that had to get removed in 2002, it's because it was filled with PCBs as well as the friable asbestos. So at any rate, this EPA grant will provide whichever one it is, the cleanup to redevelop the buildings, or if there's too high levels of PCBs, the cleanup to do a removal action like Roberts and Paper. Depends on the contamination. And so for this grant, the cleanup grants do require ownership to file the application.
So which buildings will be affected for, if the grant, the PCBs are, is that the Wyman Flint building only, or?
No, this is the TLR buildings.
Oh, okay.
The Wyman Flint and the grist mill will get assessment grants, which do not require ownership. So if the Historical Society decides at their annual meeting that they want to be included in this application, SVG can include them without ownership. It's the cleanup grants that require ownership.
They were at a fork of the road with the TLR. We have to come to the point where we have to know what to do.
Right,
And this
well,
is-
they did a lot of studies on the TLR.
Yeah.
You have all that, right?
Yes.
Several $1,000.
They must have
Yeah,
done
more
some
than that.
environmental testing at that time because there was a considerable amount of cleanup that happened with the.
We're still not sure about the PCBs at certain locations.
Yeah, so the testing was done in that area of the paper machines between the existing the portions of the TLR building that are left, the ones with the silhouettes in the windows. Between those buildings and Wyman Flint was a huge building contiguous with both buildings that was full of PCBs, too much to ever be remediated. And so the EPA contributed $1 million for what they call an emergency removal action. They did not think that there were too many PCBs in the other buildings. That's why they only took out the other portion.
But this will determine whether or not the building stands or goes.
Mhm.
And it's time to find out.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
And the
Next time.
the paper machine is, how big is that?
Well, so the portions of it that are there, the cylinders are pretty big, the frames that hold them up, you can see them between the TLR and the Wyman Flint in the field there, is where the paper machine is right now. It was 2 years ago, was moved there from the gravel pit.
It's, when you park there behind the gristmill?
Yep.
There's a porta potty. It's right behind the porta potty.
All right.
Then these
I'll check it out.
gigantic roller.
It's the origin of all wood pulp-based paper. That's the granddaddy of them all.
Right.
All paper, just everything with chips came from that. Started with that.
Yeah, so that was the first machine, that model that used wood pulp instead of rags. And it's what enabled International Paper to have 4,000 employees here in
In a
Bellas
town that
Falls.
only had 3,000 at the time. Well, they had more jobs than people in the town.
And the Connecticut River Heritage Plant study has two options for things like the paper, like that paper machine. So the Historical Society's river, what's it, scenic, historic park the Bellas Falls Historic Park and Trail System is part of that Connecticut River Heritage Plant, and the design, things like having the big stone wheels and railroad wheels be out. So with things like the paper machines, they suggested two options. The same thing as those wheels, and have it be interpretive displays along the trail, or to have them assembled in one of the buildings as it was assembled.
Who owns those rollers? I thought we took ownership of those big rollers. Do you own them or
Town owns them.
Yeah, they're town owned.
the town owns them? All I know is that Chuck called me up and said, we want to get rid of these because the Historical Society want them. And I said, yeah, we'll take them. So I thought they belonged to us, but they don't.
That's what I was just mentioning, is that if nothing happens down there, then the town still retains ownership, otherwise they can just do what they want and get rid of them. Or take
Yeah, so
the junk, and that's not the intent.
Yeah, so the Historical Society, its board meeting determined that it didn't want the paper machines and wanted to sell the Wyman Flint to SVG.
Oh,
and
so they
focus on
went
Adams
with the
Gristmill.
Wyman Flint? Is that what it was?
For the Historical Society to focus on the Adams Gristmill,
Right.
Which has been
I'm
really.
not saying that I want them or anything.
Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and value is a relative
I was
thing.
ready to tell Chuck, yeah, we don't want them, but then everybody on the board said, oh, we want them. So,
But I mean, if you talk to Kathy, like this project, the Cultural River Heritage Center is and has been a collaboration with SVG and Historical
Right, yeah.
Society since
since the very
2016.
beginning,
Yeah.
yeah.
Bottom line is, we'd like to continue and go forward. We're meeting our steps, and this is a step we have to meet.
Okay, any further
Yeah,
questions?
I do. Does SVG really have the capacity to take this project on and continue with it? It's my concern. What I don't want to have happen is to transfer the property and then it further deteriorates and then comes back to the town when it's in even more derelict condition if the project doesn't happen.
speak to that. Our track record from 2010 is all about vision and pluck and just trying to pull community together to do things. And we've had a pretty good run. I expect that we have insurance on it. And I don't think the town would be any worse off if for some reason it had to be leveled. But we're gonna try to continue on the work that we're doing.
Well, the town has never articulated any interest in putting any money into it.
No, but I think without a clear plan of how to proceed, the best thing as far as keeping the building standing would be just try to patch the roof, kind of let them sit for a few years until somebody is ready to really take it on. Right. If SVG thinks that they are prepared for sure to do that, then that's good. But what if that were put out? Would a private developer be eligible for the same EPA funding that a
Yeah, so
nonprofit
those
is?
are all really good questions. Dutch Walsh, when he was development director, put it out to private developers who came and took a look at it in 2014, I think, when it was in a little better shape, and no one would touch it. It's a total liability. And local development corporations, one of their specific purposes, so why we have and support BFADC and SVG is they're organized under the Economic Development Authority statutes for, it's called Subchapter 3, it's a local development corp. And they have access to VITA funds, which is what they use to create the commercial kitchen, which is active and employs, I know, varies between 8 and 10 people today. And was the same thing, was a building that had to be gutted and renovated, had no roof and was filling up with snow at one point. So that in 2011 to 2013, SVG went through that with that building. The local development corp designation provides things like this step. So this EPA grant is how a lot of these projects get done. So that's how BFADC was able to create a developable field at Robertson Paper. It's a little more expensive to do the removal action, which is why if, as we suspect from the previous studies that Bonnie was alluding to, that the PCBs are not too dense, then the EPA grant will be able to remediate the building, create the structural improvements. So I think like the alternative plan that you were describing, the problem with that is that the canal wall, the roof, the beams are all deteriorating. And just stopping water from coming in the roof will not stop things like the bottom of the canal wall is sliding in. So that last vestige of the canal wall that still has the eye bolts from tying up barges on would be lost. The EPA funds, these grants allow you to do some remediation. They allow you to stabilize the building. And it's getting to the point where we'll guarantee that they have to be demolished if we don't act on it. We sort of have been there for a few years, and we're fortunate it hasn't gone yet. And right now, the EPA, so one of the reasons that now is really the time to do it is that these programs have been well funded, and the important thing to do is to get the funds obligated for the projects before there's a potential of clawbacks from an administration that doesn't want to see this type of investment in infrastructure. So the brownfields folks, they had they had a secretary, assistant secretary of transportation, one from housing and one from the EPA that spoke to the funding the EPA had right now, and they doubled the limits of the grants. So in the past, SVG would only have been able to access $250,000 in a year for a project. The changes they made, and it's funny because they came to speak at this conference like the 2 days after that Inflation Reduction Act was passed. And so they only just had these numbers. They came and said, okay, so it passed, we have this money. These are the new limits for access. There's this multi-purpose grant, which will be a minimum of $1 million, a maximum of $2 million. There will be no match. So the whole formula is flipped upside down right now with the access to enough funds. For example, BFADC had to use 5 different grants in order to get the Robbie paper, the one building done. This current program allows SVG to work on 3 buildings. It has the limits that allow the full work to get done, whether it's a removal action because of PCBs or a cleanup because the PCBs are okay. Allows the 3 buildings. It doesn't require the match money. So, you know, a lot of the complications with Robertson paper were match 5 different grants, trying to piece together different, you know, each program has its own rules. So we're really in such a, the federal funding scenario is such a sweet spot right now that it would be, personal opinion, it would be foolish of us not to take advantage of the opportunity we have to actually save these buildings.
I felt like you when I first saw it. I said, why don't we just put some roof on it and just wait and see what happens? But that was a few years ago, and already things are starting to get worse. And either it's coming down or it's going to get repaired.
Yeah, oh, I understand buildings. That's something I do understand, but yeah, just hang in there, Gary. Don't just die on us from overwork.
Yeah, eat your spinach, man.
Yeah. So the you know, the town actually has a lot of support right now. Scott really encourages using other folks where possible. You know, like in the past with other projects, with the block grants, I've done the NEPA process, which is all kinds of time. It's not, I'm no expert in that type of stuff. And Scott was, we hired VHB, who's doing a great job with that for the train station. I think we are getting smarter around other resources and not trying to have staff do everything, and that makes a big difference. The work that BIFTA has become capable of over the last 2 years with increasing capacity and legwork and volunteers and skills and knowledge with a committed board as well. That takes a huge piece of it. So between BIFTA, SVG and BFADC board providing technical and legal support, and the town and contracting where we need to for engineers and environmental consultants. I think it's making all the difference. I think we can get all these pieces done, and we have to now because these resources, it's a once in like 3 generation opportunity when these kinds of resources are available. We wouldn't normally be able to do this type of thing.
Okay, let's get a motion to approve the exercise of the TLR lease option.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the exercise of the TLR lease option and allow them to go forward. Any further questions? Discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay, motion carries. Hearing Mr. Cron a little bit.
Yeah.
We have an executive session for that, you might want to stick your head into.
Okay, sure.
Okay, let's move on
Stay
to.
healthy.
You're welcome to stick around too if you want me, but you're not gonna get invited into the.
Well, thank you very much. My wife is waiting for me about 3 hours.
Yeah, we're used to the stuff like that. Let's go to item 5, which is the supplement funding request for outreach representative proposal from PBS. Now let Scott take this one.
So if you guys remember, we did apply for opioid settlement funds and we did receive one payment. And now I just got notification we're going to be receiving a second payment, which I included in your packet here. So we're going to receive the second payment of another $1,700. So we'll roughly have, I believe, about
34, what's the first one, 17? somewhere
yeah,
in
so
there?
we'll have like 3,500, I
Yeah,
think,
so-
when it's all said and done, from these two payments. And we had not really designated any use of the funds. One of our cannabis informational sessions that we were working with, some of the folks from the recovery community were there and had mentioned that they were looking at some outreach. And so out of that conversation, we grew this proposal that you can see from Turning Point that was looking to basically bring in a part-time person and try and do some community work, as well as I think also maybe reach out to some folks who might not be using their services, but could potentially use their services to help them with some of our families that are struggling with addiction and recovery. So since we didn't have a designated use of the money, this is basically would cover that particular, this request would cover that. And if it's successful, there's also money that's coming to the village for the same settlement. And I would think that, you know, potentially if it's working, maybe they might want to extend that by reaching out to the village as well, as we go forward.
So, does anyone have any questions? What we're going to do? They are requesting $4,050, and currently, as Scott just said, you've only received $3,500. So, if that's the case, I don't have an issue with free money we got from Oakville settlement.
Yeah.
Just think if this TPS organization, whether it's gonna put their efforts into something to do with drug interdiction, rather than just put some signs up and whatever. This proposal doesn't really get into too much details of what they're gonna do, and that's the thing.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
And there's no one here from that group to ask questions of.
Is this a group that's already set up here in town?
I think it's 2 Park Street over there.
They're part of the park.
So.
Right.
They're part of Parks Place?
That umbrella.
And what's Laura's organization is called?
Greater Falls Connection.
Right.
Greater Falls Connections,
Right, so that's where the original conversation came from.
And do these people work with Laura's organization, Greater Falls Connections, or not?
That was my understanding. They're part of that.
Because I think we want coordination between these two groups.
Sure.
And also, how do you measure the efficacy? Is there any way to measure the efficacy of this, or? like,
No, I mean,
more people come in for services? Is that how you measure it?
you're hoping that maybe the more awareness there is, that there might be more people that use them before they're in crisis or before they're in, you know, situations that we've had. Unfortunately, we've had people overdosing, and, you know, we've had some severe impacts from these, from this problem. So I think that's really part of what this person would do. But if the board has an interest, I could certainly invite Laura and maybe a representative from the organization to just come and give you a brief presentation. Time is really not of the essence. This just grew out of that conversation that we had after the last presentation. So I think,
I'd love to hear Laura's take on it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
Yeah.
more.
great. I'll ask them to come and maybe come to us.
So is this something we want to take action on, or do you want to table until we hear from?
I'd love to table it until Laura can.
Yeah, I would
give us her
agree with
take- her take on it.
Okay, okay, that's.
Yeah, it seems like it could be a good potential because it is an organization that's already working in the community, but it would be nice to hear a little bit.
Yeah, and that's why I said
Yeah.
there's nobody here to
Yeah.
explain the details of what they're gonna do with this, so.
Right.
I think you got a point there, right? Say, Gary,
Yeah, so I did want to just speak to it a little bit. I think it's a good idea to table it because hearing from the organizations is good information to get out in the community. But the Turning Point centers, they're all around Vermont. They do more human scale attacking the problem work. So like they have recovery counselors that work directly with addicts in recovery to keep them in recovery or to help get there. Greater Falls Connections works with the greater community to create supports, education around the same types of things. And they are both in Parks Place. They do have crossover. They work together tightly, and it would be great to get them here and get it on Fact TV.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay, so why don't we try and see if we can get them in for the first
Yep, see if I
November.
can get him at that first meeting in November. That's great.
Okay, that being said, let's move on to the last item, and that would be the approved 66 Atkinson Street BRELLA application and engineering agreement. That the information is in your packet.
Right, so we did speak briefly about this, I believe, at the tri-board meeting, and I just made the board aware that there had been some preliminary subsurface work done, and that led to some follow-up work. As I put in your packet, there was one area of that subsurface investigation that came back that needs to be attended to. And given that property owners, what we would be doing is if you approve this contract with Weston and Sampson, they will work with our application to DEC, and then ultimately the BRELLA program then gives us the ability to go after cleanup funds so that we can come up with a plan to figure out what to do with that portion of the lot, and then ultimately go back to the folks that we were discussing the lease with and see where the Bellas Falls Trades Incorporated folks to see where we would stand after that with potentially pursuing a lease.
Is Mike Stack's group that you just described,
Yes.
are they still interested in?
Probably
Yes,
know
they
that.
are.
Yeah,
They
that's,
just
that's,
came to us.
that's the trades group.
Yes, they did the initial work as they were working on layouts, and he brought that to my attention,
And they're still like doing a planning and everything now. So
Right.
So the contamination that was
so
found.
if we can just clear it up, we can
The
move forward with that
work area.
Correct.
Which is where the parking lot was at.
yes.
Do we have any idea, source of the contamination?
No, they didn't give us a potential source.
It's not very deep, is it, Scott?
No.
The only thing I can think of was thinking their heating arrangement down there, if they had a fuel oil tank or something in the cellar that was leaking, but I don't think it's in that corner though.
It's more along the line of where it was paved is, and
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
right.
Okay, I guess we need a motion to approve the BRELLA application and engineering agreement not to exceed $1,500. That's the letter from Scott States.
So moved.
Is there a second?
1 second.
Motion is made and seconded to approve the BRELLA grant, or an engineering agreement, excuse me, application and engineering agreement not to exceed $1,500. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, review orders, bills and warrants. I have a few of them here. We'll take a motion.
Motion to approve orders, bills, and warrants.
Wait a second.
Second.
Motion is made to review and approve orders, bills and warrants. They will be coming around for signatures. Does anyone have any questions?
I've read the topic.
Yeah.
The sale of the hydro plant
Hmm.
has massive implications for the town. I understand that they paid almost twice what it's appraised for.
Right, we've been working with a group that had worked with us previously on our tax stabilization agreement, so they're sort of the experts in this entire area, so they're working on that. what the impacts might be.
Paul works with, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so he's gonna update us when he has updated information, because he had asked for, they bought, I think, 13 facilities up and down the Connecticut River, so he was more interested in just the specific valuation of the Bellas Falls plant within that purchase. And then once we get that detail, I can at least report that back to the board.
Could Paul ever come in and talk to us about the process and implications or not? Or is that more your will?
I think we'll do that as we get a little more involved. Now we have a new owner. We'll have to, we were hoping to start those conversations over the winter and early spring, but it might delay it a bit. I don't know when the transaction is going to close and when the new owner is going to be fully in charge.
that could also affect our bridge project.
It is affecting.
Scott had told me that this morning, that what we heard from the
Right.
HB presentation has changed a little bit, because now Great River Hydro says they ain't gonna want anything to do with it. So if anything happens, it's gonna be on our pocket, so hopefully,
But once Great River Hydro doesn't own it anymore.
well, yeah, that's hopefully something.
But it might just be,
So
it might
Scott's
just
got
be
a
left as a
suggestion.
wholly owned subsidiary of Quebec Hydro, or Hydro Quebec, we just don't know how they're gonna structure it, so.
Yeah, they're gonna keep the same employees.
Right, right. But we'd like to see a change in some of that. You know, it makes a lot of sense to me that we can't coordinate this work, so we're gonna work on that.
So could there be any negotiation around that?
We're gonna see if there's a way we can leverage that with part of this sale, because it just makes sense.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's a, all right, thanks.
And also, how much would the first relicensing come in effect on that?
I don't know.
That's what Scott mentioned to me
Right.
earlier, was that maybe we could go after work and see if we can hold up something there, or hold a gun to the head or something to make them do something. I mean, it's.
I would guess
It
it
makes all the
somehow.
sense in the world. If they're gonna lower the water to, level on the canal to do something, which will assist the bridge. Why aren't they fixing the canal wall at the same time?
They know they
That
have a
makes no
process.
sense. They gotta do.
Got a 2.5 year window to
Right.
coordinate it. It's a little
Just,
silly that
you
we
know.
can't make this happen, so.
Right.
And maybe it's tied to the purchase and sale. Maybe they can't commit to capital. and
That's
that's
maybe why they just decide to back off too, you
Right.
know.
Yeah.
We'll find out, try to get that.
Getting those signed, Rick's got the bills coming around, so agenda items for November 1st meeting, we will need an executive session to discuss union negotiation strategy, so.
Mhm.
We usually do that before we get into sit down with the boys and see what we can figure out, so. We'll need to know where the board's coming from, where they wanna go with it, so we'll discuss that then. Anyone else have anything? I know there's a couple other items that we had talked about, Scott, but we'll.
Yeah. Couple of
Yeah,
things.
items for the joint board meeting on November 29.
Yeah, we should have an update. I did speak with Josh about picking up some of the work that Ray was doing, where they're hiring a title searcher, so I'm hoping to get an update on to when that portion will be done on the properties that are still delinquent, and then a schedule of when that then go through the notice procedure and then ultimately the tax. So we'll have that updated for the November.
Okay, other business, Elijah? Why?
No,
Rick? I got a couple, just like to thank Bonnie for coming down to recycle and spending a few hours of fun time down there watching things go on. We are gonna have to appoint a moderator for the town meeting, et cetera. We have that authority for statute. Paul Bohosky was in talking with Scott this morning. He's interested if we appoint someone, they would run the meeting, but then they would also have to apply to run for the position if they so desire to take it for to be elected. So,
We can appoint a temporary.
well, we can appoint a temporary interim. So if anything comes up, we have to have an emergency town meeting for some reason, and then we have someone to run the meeting. So, Paul Obi was one, I had also thought of Lori Rowell. From this outside of Sac River. She's an attorney down in Brattleboro, so I think she did it once before.
oh, from, this used to be the planning commission, right?
Yeah.
You mean, yeah.
So I'm gonna call Lori and see if she's interested. If not, Paul will step up and cover us until we get,
Okay.
some interest to go. So. Now, the fire study grant, we did have a meeting the other day, and it looks like the village has appropriated 5,000. I know the joint board, just Amy, myself, and her, Debbie got together, and we all agreed we're gonna put 10 in to do it. Well, evidently, Sac River is now wafting after the meeting last night. They're not sure they want the town to pick up the bill. So, yeah, I don't know where we go from here. I guess we're gonna decide that by the 14th, and so hopefully we get something going on there. I'm just gonna ask Gary if we can apply for a grant, and if we're all gonna put the 10,000 in, again, like Gary suggested, $30,000 figure. To do it, Scott has also gave us, information on what Brattleboro is doing for the study. Theirs is like 38,000, but they're also studying the EMS
Right, that may be in
tied in, so we would be, that's gonna come up sometime along during budget season. Scott's already warned me. We gotta figure out, do something with our situation here, so we'll be looking at that as to. So if that was the case, if we see how the grant runs, if we get a grant, well, then we can reimburse the three entities that chipped in. You know, we go for a $30,000 grant, we get 20, then everybody would split the 20 after they, you know, so it wouldn't be a full 10,000, but I think the study needs to be done.
Saxon River feels that it's too expensive, they can't afford it, what's
Well,
their
that was
reason?
the comment that was made by their rep at the meeting last night, that they're a small community and they shouldn't have to pay, you know, this other town should pick it all up. You know,
They have
What
no
was
fire
the
department.
amount that they had, agreed to contribute before for the other?
well, before, if you remember, originally it started with Saxon River coming up and they had proposed a grant process through USDA, which we're sitting here with open hands and not hearing anything.
Yeah.
So, we don't know, we assume we're probably not gonna get it. And that was, about, what was it, 5,000, we were gonna do 10, I think the town was gonna do 10, and the village was gonna do 5, so that would cover a $20,000 grant.
Right.
But now I guess it's at a dead standstill at this point, I think, we haven't even voted as a board to appropriate any funds towards it.
Right.
So,
And the 30K figure, Scott, that is sort of the going rate,
It's just a base estimate.
Gary, on this fire study, you mentioned, remember, Joint Board, you mentioned the $30,000 figure, because we were talking about the 20 grant that USDA to apply for, that we probably aren't gonna get.
Right.
So if we apply for that grant and we do get it, are successful, that would be reimbursable if we had to pay up front to get the study started. I don't know how that works, I'm sure it's gonna happen.
Yeah, so it depends on when they award the grant, if there's pre-award authority. But generally, if we haven't heard anything and we start procurement on it, then it would not be eligible for reimbursement.
But if we appropriate the funding and then apply for another grant, figuring we weren't gonna get the other one that we applied for that started with Saxon River.
Yeah.
Then how would that work? Would that, I'm just trying to figure out a way we can maybe entice them to get into the program. Right now,
USDA?
Saxon River looks like they're kind of wafting on it,
Oh, they are.
yeah. Say they want the town to pick up the tab. So, you know, bigger pots, I guess, maybe, I don't know if you want to call it that, but.
Can you negotiate with the Peters, the chair of the select board with Saxon River, can you? sit down
Well,
with
Amy agreed with everybody to go 10, that's why I was surprised, but they got to the board and her email to me said that they were all over the board with it, they don't know what they want to do. Then the representative, who was Matt Brennan, said, doesn't think they, Saxon River should participate, so.
They get money from Athens every year too.
Well, that was another point of contention that came up, we won't get on that.
All right.
Yeah, it was an interesting meeting last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause they had a special meeting with the Athens select board, so something must be going on there.
Well, they're negotiating a thing, and then, of
Yeah.
course, Wade has always pertained that, you know, the town buys all the fire equipment, and then Saxon River covers Athens, who pays nothing for their equipment, so we beat our equipment up, so it has to be replaced. The town of Rockingham taxpayers buy the equipment, and they get free use of it in Athens, so they were figuring out, like, the town of Rockingham, when they approached an accident scene on 91 or something, they were up there for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours.
Yeah.
They have come up with a number of $250 an hour to charge the accident victims or accident perpetrators, if it's a tractor trailer that crashed or whatever. They go after the insurance company. We've been successful on getting money back from the insurance company, charging them. So that was thrown on the table last night about charging Athens for the use of the equipment.
Right.
And the whole thing about arguing over how much money they want to charge Athens for coverage. I know Grafton at one time, now this is 5 years ago, and I was on the fire station committee. They were talking 30 grand they would charge Athens to cover, and Newbrook, which is Newfane, was in the same vicinity. Chester just settled an agreement with Andover,
Yeah.
And they just charged them like 40 some odd $1,000 to cover their fire.
So $5,000 for
Well,
Athens is.
so, well,
Right.
but I think the intent was that they were trying to get enough money so they could raise money to bond for a new fire station, which really doesn't make a lot of sense if we don't do a study to find out if what's needed for a station out there. I mean, you know, to me, it makes all the sense in the world to do a study and then that's and go forward from there, but
Right.
they're waffling at this point, so we don't know. That, tonight, we're supposed to be in executive session, I guess, to
Right, so,
decide,
yeah.
throw out some options and stuff and see what they want to do. And who knows where it's going.
Thanks for your work in representing us.
Trying to do something.
Sounds like a three-dimensional chess game.
Yeah, yeah. The other thing that came up, I don't know how many of you know, but Fred Bullock was elected or appointed by the state, Governor Scott in 22. Put the paperwork and all, to this, as a public member of the State Infrastructure Bank Board. Now, I said, well, what the hell is that? Doesn't make any sense. So we went on the internet, we dug it all up, and there is some information. What it is it deals with infrastructure projects in the state. And it consists of representatives from, you know, the state representatives and county representatives, and then they have at-large public. And Fred was one of those, and I don't know, if we remember back several years ago, it's gonna be at least 15, 20 years ago, that Fred was very instrumental in getting 121 upgraded all the way out through Cambridgeport.
Yeah, we know that, right?
And I know Dick Stickney was in on it, the whole thing, 'cause I remember going to meetings at Vermont Academy up at and arguing this whole thing out, and Fred was very instrumental, and he also belonged to Wyndham Regional,
Oh, really?
so he got a lot of stuff accomplished, but he's had a stroke and he can't
Oh,
go ahead with this, so we need to try and find somebody, because Fred says we don't want to lose that position, because then if we don't get a rep from this area, that sure as hell gonna get to somebody up north, and we won't have any representation.
right.
So we need to find somebody that's, well, I don't know how often they meet, doesn't tell you anything, I think. They may meet every year or just every so often when there's a project that's needed to be, I don't know anything about it, so.
Is Fred communicative? Can you talk to him and can he make a suggestion as to what he thinks would be a good?
Yeah, but unfortunately, the house he lives in there on 121 is being upgraded so he can come back and live there. Right now, he's living with his daughter down in Massachusetts, so I don't have a phone number for him, so I can't really get hold. We just came out to the house and dropped his paperwork off. So beat around and get somebody to go on this, you know. So here we are. So we need to think about somebody that might be wanting to do that. And if I can find out, like from Fred, that if, you know, if they meet this every so often, maybe, you know, once a year, maybe once every 3 years, who knows? If we find out if it's not a huge time commitment, maybe somebody will be able to step up and. pick
I
it up.
might be interested, Peter, because
Yeah.
I'm on the,
And I don't even know where they meet. I would imagine they probably go to Montpelier. You know, that's where they probably go. They
well,
don't
I'm
have
on
anything.
the regional.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
yeah, it would, but you know, it's just, I mean, I hate to, like, give you the backup information.
Financial background. Yeah, that's true.
This is there's a statute here and also the infrastructure bank information tells you what they do.
Yeah, can I have it?
Yeah, take that.
All right, thanks.
And then I'll see if I can find out in the meantime, I'm sure we'll be running into each other here and there, and I can find out, if I can find out from Fred, how often they meet, if it's every other year or whatever, then, it's not a time consuming project.
Yeah.
You gotta be there every 6 months or every 3 months or whatever.
Right.
So,
All right, great. Thank you.
you're welcome. Thanks for trying to step up to the plate here, you know, not going into something you don't know anything about, so. Those are always the fun stuff.
Yeah, I know.
What did I sign up for? Okay, Rick, you have anything?
Nothing.
No, okay. I guess now at this point, I would take a motion to go into executive session for a legal matter that would put the town in a substantial disadvantage.
I move that we go into executive session. That's a legal matter.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, motion's made, do we have a second? Motion made and seconded to go into executive session for legal matters. Scott will be passing out some paperwork. There will be no announcements, it's just information for the board.
Can you invite Gary and I?
Thank you all, and we will
Executive
invite
session.
Gary in.
Okay.
Gary Fox, Dorland Director. So signs everybody off.
Recording